with the Recentering Afro-Asia project. We've had two very exciting sessions yesterday, enlarging our mind through what Professor Niranjana called generative concepts, and an experience of how music connected particular regions at different times. Our first session today, How Music Speaks, will discuss methodologies for tracing musical connections. This will be chaired by Dr. Brett Piper. For those of you who are not with us yesterday, Dr. Piper is a South African cultural practitioner with over 30 years experience advancing and studying the country's cultural democratic transition in the arts. Initially trained as a classical musician, he was involved in early efforts to open up programming in the final years of the apartheid-era arts councils, working with a wide range of musicians and festivals in the mid-90s. As a Fulbright scholar, he earned master's degrees from Emory University in Atlanta and in New York University, where he earned his PhD on contemporary jazz culture in South Africa in 2014. He has taught courses in public culture at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, and Rhodes University. From 2008 to 13, he was CEO of the Klein Karoo National Arts Festival, and he is currently head of the School of Arts at the University of Witwatersrand. I invite Dr. Piper to open the session.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and welcome back from my side too, and thank you again for the opportunity of continuing this dialogue into its second day. So I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Paroma Ghosh, who completed a PhD at the Department of International History at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, or the IHEID, in Geneva, Switzerland. Her doctoral research looked at the experience of the outsider and the notion of belonging in France from the 1980s through to 2012, through looking at the lyrics of French rap songs. She was awarded the Pierre Dubois Prize for the Best Doctoral Thesis in International History at the IHEID in 2020. And she's currently an affiliated researcher at the Graduate Institute and a fellow of the Pierre Dubois Foundation for Current History. And she's also the author of a bilingual blog with the Swiss newspaper Le Temps. I'm very pleased to hand over to Dr. Ghosh. Please.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Well, yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for having me here today and for giving me this opportunity to listen to all of these amazing papers. This is something quite new in terms of its perspective for me, because I focused so far mainly on France. But I'm really grateful for this opportunity to think in a different way. So I want to share a little bit of my research with you. I'm just going to share my screen. I hope it will happen effortlessly. Can everybody see my presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So please forgive me because this is a working paper. So it's sort of a loose set of ideas based on what emerged from my PhD research. And I'm hoping that through the discussion, I might actually be able to come to some of the answers that I currently don't have. Just to summarize my research, because that will be, ooh, how do I go next? There we go. Just to summarize my research very quickly, I used a sort of unconventional approach for rap studies as well as for history, I think, in my field, because what I decided to do was to use the lyrics of French rap to construct an archive of my own between 1981, which is when the first sort of traces of rap emerged in France on the mainstream, and 2012, which was the end of the era of Sarkozy, to sort of examine if there was a discourse that was evident over time and across artists. And what emerged from my work, which is summarized in the rap quote that you can see on the screen in front of you, was that there were three predominant stereotypes associated with French rap in particular, which turned out to be true: that French rap was often and actively political, that it was associated with the banlieue, which has been mistranslated into English as both the ghetto and the suburb, but is actually neither, and is essentially the urban periphery, which also takes on a socioeconomic repository of a certain kind, and is usually concentrated with people of immigrant origin or descent, which is the third stereotype associated with France. And here, very clearly, the result that came from the discourse analysis that I did of the lyrics was that those who were rapping represented in microcosm a certain group of people who felt ostracized but wanted to belong to French society, but essentially were always French when they won and immigrants when they lost. So from this, I found that in my research, since it was rappers became a sort of microcosm of people of different origins who were sort of coming together because of a common marginalization and also a common aspiration towards a France that should be more true to its universalist ideals in practice, as much as it was in theory. It was sort of the encounters of different imaginaries. And in light of this conference, I wanted to look at to whatever existed of the African imaginary, the Asian imaginary, and then the overall imaginary that emerged from the lyrics that I examined. Here you can see the screenshot from a video of the rapper Youssoufa pictured on the left. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because he is highlighting the national space within which all of these encounters take place. And these two areas in particular, which are the urban peripheries that surround the city of Marseille and the city of Paris, are the two principal areas from which most of the French rap that has charted in the mainstream has emerged in the time period in which I looked at it. And the reason this is really interesting is because you can see that there's a strong nexus between the banlieue, so the urban periphery, as well as immigration, because these two are also the areas in France which have the highest concentration of immigrants or those of immigrant descent. This actually maps very well onto the image that emerged from my data, although you can see that the contours of the regions are different because France changed the way that it mapped its regions in 2016. But you can still see that there's Paris and Marseille at the center of the two regions that have the most rappers coming from them. And if we then disaggregate this data a little further and look at where the rappers in my data set came from in terms of origin or descent, you can see here that it's extremely diverse. And I think it's really important to take this into consideration when looking at the idea of what the immigrant is, because the concept of the immigrant, essentially, I think what this shows is larger than the political connotations that have been brought to the word, particularly in light of what Europe has termed the immigration crisis in the 2010s in particular. And it goes also beyond the idea of race and ethnicity, although race and ethnicity are a big factor in defining the types of discrimination and ostracism that are experienced by the people contained within this microcosm and sample. But you can see here, and I just want to highlight here how in terms of the migration coming in from Africa in particular, there are certain post-colonial patterns, which is very important also in terms of the discourse that then emerges from the lyrics themselves. However, when you look at the proportions of the people coming in from each continent, you can see here on the left the results from my data, and then on the right the results from data collected in terms of immigration to France in general. On the right it's from 2014. My data is obviously technically a little bit older, but the proportions are very different. You can see it more easily here. So you can see that the immigration from Africa is disproportionately represented amongst rappers in my sample, and those from Asia are disproportionately underrepresented. So it brings, I think this was what made me question to what extent the voices of different imaginaries within the group of marginalized that I was finding amongst my rappers was actually represented. So this is where the lyrical discourse became quite important. There is also a distinction here that I just like to draw your attention to in terms of Europe, because Europe includes those who are from the Antilles and also the Dominion territories of France in the Indian Ocean. And they often have a discourse in their lyrics which is very similar to those experiencing discrimination, particularly on a racial or ethnic basis, but who come from other countries. And so I've put them separately because I think their experience mirrors more those of African or Asian origin rather than those of European origin, although they also experience discrimination, which we can come back to at a later point if we have more time. This is just a brief look at the Asian countries from which rappers came in my sample, and you can see that there is, in this case, not a very strong post-colonial correlation, which in itself is quite interesting. And this is what made me question where the voices of those migrants of Asian origin were concentrated, if not here. Which brings me to the first imaginary that I wanted to examine, which is the African one. And this is a screenshot from a video by the rap group from Paris, Section d'Assaut. And they are all, except one of them, of African origin from a variety of different countries, including Guinea-Conakry, the DRC, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire. And in this video, they showcase all of them in different ways. So they don't make clear where they're filming the video particularly, but they're wearing t-shirts that either state where they're from or have the flags of the countries from which they come from. And they use the lyrics, and I'm quoting, "They divide us to dominate us, and they separate us from our brothers in the Caribbean, in the Antilles." And I think this summarizes very effectively the reality for those definitely that identify with an African imaginary in France, which is that they're constantly finding themselves colliding with their two identities and being unable to, France is unable to let those two identities coexist within the same person. It's as if they have to choose one or the other, or sometimes they can't even choose because they're constantly designated to belong to one and not the other, essentially ostracizing them from France, hence bringing them together with other people who have a similar experience based on the perception of the larger society in which they find themselves. This is also a very different African imaginary to the one that you might find in American hip hop, and that has to do with history and the sort of temporal distance between the point of migration, forced migration, and then the point at which the rap songs and lyrics were produced. So rappers in France have a much more recent experience of migration, and therefore they have still one foot in both places, or sometimes more than two places, and therefore are constantly in contact with both of those identities in a very intimate way that is not always possible for rappers in the United States, who are more distanced from their past in the African continent. The Asian imaginary, meanwhile, is almost entirely absent, as in image, as in lyrics, because as we saw, there's not many rappers of Asian origin within the sample set, at least between 1981 and 2012. I don't think it's changed very much. But then there's also the question of how we define Asia, because there is a strong presence of an Arab identity, and that, of course, crosses both the North African spaces as much as into the Middle East, which geographically speaking is technically Asia. But I think the identities there are diverging at some points. Here we have a screenshot from a video by Shuriken, who's one of the most well-known French rappers as part of a pioneering French rap group from Marseille, who emerged in 1991. And he has always practiced martial arts and been very attached to the cultures in Eastern Asia. And so you can see here he's referring to particularly things that have to do with Japan. And that's something that's predominant, but it's almost the only example. It's an exception. And I just wanted to sort of showcase this because I think it's interesting for that reason. But I think overall, what emerges, there's a strong African imaginary. There's almost no Asian imaginary, but the strongest imaginary of all is actually a more global one. So this is a screenshot from a video that's more recent. It's 2018. And what it essentially does through its narrative and also its imagery, both literal as well as lyrical, is to completely reverse the idea of migration that has now become the norm and association in Europe with the idea of the immigrant coming across the Mediterranean, by making France the space that is depicted as being bombed and under and suffering from a war, and therefore pushing migrants across the Mediterranean to the other side. And the only national space that they actually identify and like refer to through, for example, the burning Eiffel Tower here, is France, and all the other spaces are not identified. They exist as the spaces to seek refuge. So it's an imaginary that's global. It's sort of the other saying that there are other places to escape should something have happened to France. And it forces, I think, people to reflect on their attitudes to immigrants coming into France by reversing the narrative. And essentially, what emerges is that despite the fact that there are not many rappers of Asian origin within my sample group and in microcosm, I guess, overall within the data that I collected, there is an overarching identity that's multicultural, multilingual, and multi-religious and multi-ethnic that emerges through French rap. So here you can see all of the words highlighted in orange are slang often to refer to people of all different origins and religions coming together, and it's the second form. It's sort of bringing the two threads together. On the one hand, marginalization that's experienced by all of these people, and therefore aspiration towards a more universalist and multicultural France, as was promised in the Constitution. So this is really the overarching imaginary where all of these different identities and cultures meet. And it becomes essentially, you can see here on the album cover, a marginal music, which it isn't anymore in terms of its volume and its popularity, but has remained so in terms of its discourse, because it remains very much the discourse representative of those who are marginalized. You can see here on the left that they're very much looking towards a sixth republic. Sometimes they refer to it as the eighth republic, that lives on the streets and is ready to make itself known legally because it already exists in practice. And that is the overarching mixture of imaginaries that I found in my research, and I hope that we can discuss them further during the thing. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. That was also exactly 15 minutes. So thank you so much for allowing sufficient time for our deliberations. So really wonderful to see you bringing into a very much more contemporary framework many of these tropes that we've been looking at and discussing yesterday in a much longer historical and geographic frame, but still, you know, accentuating the ways in which musical practices overflow these national categories and invite us to think about very different kinds of arc of connection. Really wonderful, thank you. So I'm going to immediately go on to introduce our second speaker for today, who is Mark Aranha, who's a musician and musicologist from New Delhi. His research around the music and history of Jews and Mappilas of Kerala formed the basis of his master's degree at the University of Cape Town within the Recentering Afro-Asia project. And he's worked as a performer and composer across India and South Africa in a variety of genres, from jazz and pop to traditional Indian and Xhosa music. I'm also happy to say that he's an incoming PhD student within the Recentering Afro-Asia project at the Wits School of Arts in the coming months. Mark, we're going to hand over to you, and do let us know if you need any assistance on the sound side. All the best.
Thanks. Thank you, Professor. And thanks, Dr. Ghosh, for that amazing presentation. Maybe we might have something to discuss. I actually lived in Marseille for a few months in 2008. Okay, anyway, has my screen started sharing? I mean, is the Is the
Not
presentation visible?
not yet on my side. I'll let you know as soon as I see anything change.
Not yet? Oh, I think presenter rights or something, because I don't see the option to share my presentation.
Given presenter rights, yeah, now it's coming. Yeah, share your window.
Okay. Okay, great.
Very good.
Okay.
I can see it on my side.
Right. All right. So my paper discusses ways melody carries significance and value among the Jews of Kerala. They're also known as the Kochini Jews or the Kochini. So I began my research by accessing archival music of Jews from Kerala. These were taken in 1930 by Arnold Bakke, a Dutch musicologist. The only information that accompanied the recordings was a basic catalog. I was equipped with some contextual knowledge, the idea of the Indian Ocean as a pre-colonial network of exchange, and Kerala as one of its most important cosmopolitan regions. But before using any of that historical information, my first instinct was to approach this purely as a musician. So of the 7 tunes here, there was one tune that stood out as melodically distinct. Interestingly, this was the recording that carried the label Black Jews in parentheses. Bakke's annotation must have held some significance for him to include it in his very brief item description. Who were these Black Jews and who were the others if they were not explicitly identified? So, okay, I'll give you a brief history of Jews in Kerala. Local legend says the Jews were already present in Kerala when St. Thomas the Apostle was supposed to have arrived there in the 1st century CE. Hebrew signatures in the column copper plates of 850 CE give us the first inscriptional evidence of Jews in Kerala. Another significant inscription is the royal grant of 72 aristocratic rights to a powerful Jewish merchant, Isupu Erapan, or Joseph Raban, in Muyurkod, which is also known as Muziris. You can see it in this Roman map over here. This is a Roman map of the South Indian peninsula, right? So thereafter, we have various accounts that point to a Jewish presence in Kerala from the 11th to the 15th century. Most of these would have been of Arab and West Asian origin, likely Yemeni and Baghdadi. Kerala gained a reputation as a warm and hospitable place for Jews. A number of Jews displaced by the Inquisition in Spain and Portugal started to arrive around the 16th century. They gained such favor with the king of Cochin that he allowed them to build a synagogue on his palace grounds. This formed the beginnings of what would become the Pardesi Jewish community. All previously existing Jews in Kerala, regardless of their ethnicity or tradition, were all lumped into a single category. That was the Malabari Jews. The Malabaris accounted for at least 7 congregations, 5 of them outside the island of Cochin, despite the fact that they far outnumbered their more prosperous counterparts. They were relatively underrepresented in the literature. Some of them allege that the historical narratives, stories of migration, and other traditions were distorted and appropriated by the Pardesis. Throughout the colonial period, European visitors tended to restrict their visits to the island of Cochin. You can see this is the island of Cochin down here where it says Kochi. And the purple one is the Pardesi synagogue. And all of these other synagogues in Kerala are Malabari synagogues. So the European visitors would only visit the island of Kochi, and they would focus their studies mostly on the Pardesi Jews. Within a few decades of their arrival, the Pardesi Jews began to construct a race-based identity for themselves as white Jews, woven in with myths of ancient origin. This was readily reproduced by visiting scholars and writers. In 1687, a Jew visiting from Amsterdam, Mose Pereira de Paiva, was quite taken with them and published a document titled Relación de las Noticias de los Judíos de Cochin. This became the European point of reference for the Jews of Cochin, as Pereira de Paiva had called them. The Pardesis had presented de Paiva with the copper plates of Joseph Raban as proof of their authenticity and ancient lineage. De Paiva did not bother to question how they could have been related to Joseph Raban if they had only arrived after the expulsion. Instead, he went on to list the families of the community in his census, making sure to label the important ones blancos or whites. So you can see in this excerpt from his Noticias document, there are the names of the various Jews, and he has written B next to some of them. And you can see over here it's written where B denotes blancos. So all of those Bs, the names of the B, they're whites. So till the first half of the 20th century, the terminology of white Jews and black Jews was common in the literature. Now, coming back to the Bake archives, Nazir Jarazboy and Amy Catlin Jarazboy had conducted a restudy of Bake's work in 1984, right? The original work was in 1938. For the Jewish recordings, they visited Cochin and were hosted by the leaders of the Pardesi community. They tried to find people who might remember Bake's visit and identify and contextualize some of the songs. Their work confirmed that Bake had recorded songs from not only the Pardesi community, but also by some Malabaris. However, it seems that their restudy did not cover Ernakulam or the Malabari sources. So here we have two maps of Bake's route in 1938 and the Jarazboy's route. And you can see down here, I mean, maybe you can't see it, but it's down here, where Bake visits Cochin and Ernakulam, but they don't visit Ernakulam. So their study was restricted to Cochin, and they only interviewed the Pardesi Jews in Cochin. So this gave me an opportunity during my fieldwork in 2018 to visit Malabari Jews and to try to focus on Malabari sources in Cochin and Ernakulam. So this enabled me to get different information on the same recordings. And in one case, I was able to identify a previously unidentified song. I was also fortunate to be invited to a special ceremony for the Kadabambagam synagogue in Ernakulam, which was renovated after 46 years. A group of Malabari Jews had come down from Israel for the event, and this gave me they gave me some time to interview and record them. So these are two pictures of the same synagogue. The one on the left is from January, and the one on the right is from December after the renovation. So they were having a Sefer Torah ceremony, and these are some pictures. This was the procession in the street. This is some of you have the Israeli Malabari Jews here and some other Jews from other local communities, as well as some Hindus and Muslims and a variety of people from Cochin. Okay, so ideas of melody. Not only conversations, it had become apparent that melodic aesthetics hold significant value for the Cochinim. They were proud to tell me which tunes were unique to their congregation or to Cochin. In Israel, melodies for the same text could be quite different depending on tradition. A Moroccan melody would be different to a Yemeni or Ashkenazi melody. For the Cochinim, melodies seem to vary even between their own congregations. One of my respondents, he was a fantastic singer, and his voice stood out in a chorus because of the way he embellished melodies. The skeletal notes were the same, but the ornamentation was deliberate and beautiful. So when I asked him about this, he said, it's very simple. In each place, even here, you are influenced from where you are living. Even here in two synagogues, I want to show you that I'm different from you. Why do you have two synagogues? Because you are divided among the property and many other things. If I heard it, I'll finish with this. And if you are the father, your son heard it. And the other father, he wants to show the way he finished it. So he was describing the embellishment on the ends of his melodic lines. His father was from the Chennamangalam synagogue before he had moved to Israel. And that's how he'd learned to sing it this way, this particular way. So I do have an audio clip for this. I'm not sure if it'll work.
Can you just hold on a moment? I'll just try to share the clip, if that's okay by you.
Yes. So should I stop sharing?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, please.
Okay, could you stop it here? Yeah, so I hope you heard that. Basically, at the end of some of the lines, one of the singers stopped singing, and one of the other singers, who's the person I'm talking about, he continued with another sort of melodic variation and ornamentation that connected the two lines. And even in between, his ornamentations to the melody were quite different from his his friend who was singing. So this is, yeah, so I'll go back to the presentation. This is one of the things that that came out. So he told me another story about how the melody of the Musaf prayers became a matter of dispute in one of the synagogues. So he says, we have a nice story about when you pray, we call it Musaf. Almost 100 or maybe 1,000 years ago, we sang it one way. And then 150 years ago, some people arrived from Europe and they said, no, we should pray in another version. That caused in the Cochin jury a fight for almost 5 years. And they prayed in 2 shifts. So one shift starts at 6 and finishes at 8, another one starts at 8 and finishes at 10. And he's pointing out that this, all of this is happening among religious people. They're so adamant that it has to be this one melody that is sung. And there was no way to reconcile this other than to have 2 shifts. So both of these groups could say the Musaf in their own way. So another respondent, he sang 2 versions of a Yom Kippur song. A Malabari version that was from Parur, synagogue in Parur. He said, so this one was slow and deliberate. It was guided by the syllables of the text. And then after that, he sang almost like a parody version, which is super rushed. And it's the way that the syllables are squeezed into even meter and to a quick tempo. So maybe we can play this, this clip.
They sang it in a different tune. Different tune, yeah. Huh? Amagli ben hodishle ho, lamagli ben hodishle ho, astore nim ho, yarbeno yarbeka ho, lamagli ben ho.
Sorry, I think there are 2 versions of the song playing.
Sorry?
I think there are 2 instances of the same song playing.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, could you just play it again?
Okay, just a moment. Replay it.
Yeah.
They sang it in a different tune. Different tune, yeah. Huh? Amagli ben hodishle ho, lamagli ben hodishle ho, attore nim ho, yarbeno yarbeka ho, lamagli ben hodishle ho, amagli ben hodishle ho, attore nim ho, yarbeno yarbeka. That amagli ben hodishle ho, lamagli ben hodishle. Again, sir. Yeah. But our tune is little more beautiful. Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, you can switch on your video, please.
Yeah. So I think it got automatically disconnected. Okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I hope you were able to hear that or make out that. I mean, it was, I think, there's just something wrong with the audio. But so he says anyway that, you know, our tune is more beautiful and it's more stretched out. And so he says the original is always original. So here he's stressing that, look, this was the original tune. And the Pradesis, they stole this tune and then they sang it in, you know, a terrible way. So he compares it to a photocopy where the original is not as good as the copy. And Jarosboy and Catalan, during their restudy, they also recorded a similar complaint, but this time coming from the Pardesis. And so one of their Pardesi hosts, he had criticized the rendition on one of Bake's recordings. And he says this tune, you know, it was composed by his grandfather and it should have been sung more merry. And this singing of, you know, singing something more merry, you can sort of liken it to the style that my previous respondent was referring to, where he said, look, it's sung too fast and it's squeezed in and it's very up tempo. So they criticize each other on melodies. And so we have also, there were some ideas of, there were some comments on melodic motion. So two respondents independently pointed out that Cochin melodies were sung in a limited range and tended to have smaller steps as opposed to other Jewish traditions with large intervallic leaps. One complained that Ashkenazi melodies would go too high or too low for them to sing. So Baki's recordings generally agreed with that description. All of the tunes were sung within a single octave and mostly stuck to conjunct or stepwise motion. The Pardesi tunes stuck to a single scale or mode, but 2 or 3 of those Malabari tunes switched modes, and that's the difference that I heard when I was listening to the songs. I could immediately tell that one of these, hey, this song is different because there's some mode switching going on. And this is my transcription of that particular tune. And you can see in the melody, like there are no consecutive notes that are too far away from the previous one. So this is mostly stepwise motion. And in some cases, you'll find the note changing. So anyway, I won't bore you with this one. I mean, I think those who can read music might be able to appreciate this a bit more. But yeah. So I'd like to conclude here.
May I ask you to start?
So it's likely that the perceptible stylistic differences among Bake's recordings of the Cochin reflect different histories of migration, right? The thing that my ear detected was some evidence in the recording of a different history that had been sort of preserved in the melodies. And it was because these melodies were held, I mean, they had such importance and such significance. So we can say that melody emerges as a marker of identity among the different Malabari congregations and the Pardesi. Their renditions are a conscious choice and a source of pride. And in the process of tracing connections across borders, I think musical analysis can give us this extra dimension to operate in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Fascinating history, and thanks for taking us into the melodic nuance. And I'm thinking about the point that was made yesterday about the way in which traces of earlier histories seem to reside in these contemporaneous practices. And you've really given us some important analytics into that. Thank you. So our final speaker for this panel is Katyayini Dash, who's a visual artist and musician and researcher. She locates her work at the edges of theory and practice, now working within the community field of affect studies that encapsulate the crossroads of history, sociology, performance, and the visual arts. She's performed her work at the Art Reach Festival in Delhi, at the Serendipity Arts Festival in Goa, and most recently, she's worked for various performance productions, some of which I referred to yesterday, Transgressions, A Sea Drift of Songs, among others. And of course, she's a member of the Recentering Afro-Asia project as a doctoral candidate, and she's currently pursuing her PhD in performance at the University of Cape Town. Katyayini, welcome again, and over to you. Thank you.
I feel so happy to listen to such lovely presentations before I get to present my 10 minutes because I feel they behave so wonderfully as scaffoldings for what I'm trying to propose through my doctoral work and through this small sneak peek into that. So I think I will start with playing a piece that I had created for a minor project that I had made. It was a performance sketch of sorts, and I had created a soundscape which locates the vine. And the vine, I will speak a little bit more about it in my presentation. But I'm locating that particular musical form, which you will hear at the end of the soundscape, um, uh, amongst the resonances that have led me to propositions that I shall make. So I will just share the sound. You can see this? Yes. There is no video, it's just a sound. So I will play it. Can you hear it?
Unfortunately, not yet.
Oh, okay. That is
Should I just
saying,
try? Should I just try?
let me
You want? Should I just-
just finish.
Okay.
Just a minute.
You're doing share file and share a file and then
Yeah, I will just, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Share the file. I can't see the file. Oh, let's see. Can you see the audio preset?
We're seeing the screen, not yet hearing anything.
Now?
Yes, thank you. Could I ask you to unmute, please, Katya?
Sorry. So what you heard was a soundscape that I had put together of that included the Vai sung by Metro Khan and the group, which is what you heard towards the end, which sounded like those screams. Then there was the Azerbaijani Maqam by Azim Kasimov and his daughter Fargana Kasimov from Azerbaijan. And then I don't know if it was noticeable, but a track from Lachodrome, Tony Gatliff's film, the El Pajaro Negro by La Caita. So what we actually, why I wanted to play this track is to sort of see what does a soundscape give us, because it sort of stands for me the kind of approach that a project such as the Decentering Afro-Asia project has taken. And what is it that forms the basis for tracing these resonances across these regions? And I find that a historiographical project such as the Decentering Afro-Asia project, its boundaries are extremely porous and its edges are constantly on the move. And this is an idea that also emerged out of research that I conducted in 2018, where I was looking at the Bagadia community, which is a nomadic community in Gujarat, that has been historically nomadic. They trace their nomadic past to the 11th century, from Greece, Tunisia, actually going further down into Africa, Tanzania, Egypt, Greece, Tunisia, Balochistan, Sindh, and then finally post 1947, with the formation of the Indian nation state, they have settled in Kutch and practice semi-nomadic lifestyles. And they hold this form of music called the Vali that was created by the 17th century mystic, poet, saint, traveler, Shah Abdul Latif Pitai. And it is said to have been formed out of this grief of exile that he experienced when he was exiled from, actually he stormed out of his village. And this grief took the form of these 7 notes that they used across a range of 36 suls that could be equated to rags to an extent, but they fail. The raga system fails to actually form a kind of a summative understanding of what the suls actually trace back to. And so my presentation today is not so much focused on the Vai and the Bagadia just, but what emerges from them. What are the questions that and challenges or that nomadic subjectivities lend our project? And I find these challenges extremely productive because it pushes one to look at alternative entrances into historiography. And one such entrance being the musical entrance into historiography. And I'll just share my presentation. You can see it, right?
Yes, thank you.
So, so today I'd like to speak about the body in music and how, by looking at it as a composite category, it provides the basis for such a musical entrance into the work of historiography. Now, the thing with nomadic subjectivities, it appears, is that such histories often escape the ambition of retrieval that historiography comes armed with, you know, and what where they show themselves are particular kinds of frameworks and networks, which actually forms the grounds of the recently Afro-Asia project. And what are these grounds? What are these frameworks that help prime our historical lenses in order to even see these histories and for these histories to show themselves? And I believe that this question of the work of historiography in such a research context is inextricable from the question of the body and how one understands the body. So one such framework is the oceanic frameworks, which I think Dilip, Ari, and Sumangla and the entire session yesterday spoke so beautifully about, and which locates an investigation of movement at the center of its impulse or towards historiography. And what this enables us is to try and imagine this nomadic subjectivity, because on the face of it, it would appear as if nomadic subjectivity is broken because it is they are constantly on the move. They are in flux historically. So we're talking about centuries, and they pass through a variety of entrenchments of territory, of time, and of histories. So by looking at a system of music today, how do we, is our work to trace them back to a particular point of origin in nomadic past, or do we use the nomadic framework as a historiographical framework in order to listen to the map that we want to trace? So, okay. So, oh, sorry, no, I'm actually not done. So what another framework that I find incredibly useful is Mignolo's ideas of border dwelling. What does it mean to dwell in the border? What kind of bodies, what kind of body, and by bodies, I don't only mean a singular body. I mean a body that is a collective body as well as a singular body. So we may talk about national bodies, we may talk about bodies of particular communities. So how do we engage the bodies at the borders? And when the borders, when we combine these ideas of border dwelling and oceanic frameworks, what kind of lenses do we get? So I want to refer to this song, this bhajan by Kabir, called, it's a famous bhajan called Yaaghat Bhitar Baag Bagiche. So if you want to translate it simply, it would be within this earthen pot that is the body are forests and gardens. And the poem goes on to tell you everything that is there within this body. 7 seas, 9 lakh stars, pearls and diamonds. And so what I want to focus on is this word bhitar, which if orphaned from the poem, it gives a very interesting translation. It could be translated to be both within and beyond. And what I find interesting is that, and it is located within this earthen pot, which is a metaphor for porousness. So what if we imagine the body that is spread across a landscape, spread across regions, and what kind of osmosis are we inviting? And so when we speak, when I'm proposing the body in music, I am beginning with this premise that the body is always in osmosis with the world. Its boundaries are constantly being redrawn. Now, when we look at the word mahal as a noun, it could translate as an atmosphere that is built. In the context of music, it's an atmosphere that is built not every time a musician sings, but particularly when something comes together, something works, and you are captured in that moment. You're taken away from where you are sitting, and somehow you find yourself elsewhere. And then, when you're asked, where were you? You'll be like, I don't know where I was. So that when that unsettling happens, you would say, oh, Aaj Mahal Raman, which means that, I was taken, that there was some kind of binding that happened, some kind of consolidation of an atmosphere, an establishing of an atmosphere that has happened. So,
Yini, if I may ask you to wrap up, unfortunately, please.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say that musical systems can be looked at historical conduits. And so when one is looking at musical systems, we experience a particular kind of a consolidation and of historical content, and it sort of enables us to consider nomadic histories, and to consider that some histories lie within musical containers. And I have currently lost track of what I'm saying. But what I was trying to explain is, and propose that the practice of music allows us to look at the dispersal of the body. And if we are able to provide a framework of understanding the body in its dispersal, we may be able to also accommodate nomadic histories which avoid simple narratives of cultural entrenchments, and really push the work of historiography to newer ways of looking at identity formations in terms of not only bodies, but also regions and nations. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Katyayini, thank you so much. It's hard to be a timekeeper amidst such amazing ideas and dialogues and cross-references. We've had 3 enormously rich presentations, although we have actually come to the end of this session officially. So I think the best is for me to give back to our hosts, and I hope that in our further discussion at the end of the day, we'll be able to pick up on some of the interconnections between these wonderful presentations. But let me thank the panelists, and I think at this point, I need to hand over to our hosts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Piper, and thank you very much to all the panelists. We hope we can have some discussion on all your ideas you've raised afterwards. For now, we'll move to the 4th working session, which is on orality, music, and performance, and the traditions of Noma. This will be chaired by Professor Ari Sitas. Professor Sitas, as we know, co-directs the Recentering Afro-Asia project and is Emeritus Professor at the University of Cape Town and titular Gutenberg Chair at the University of Strasbourg and Chair of South Africa's National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences. He's been involved extensively in policy work on higher education economic issues and is a acclaimed dramatist and poet. Professor Sitas, please.
Thank you. We have 3 very interesting contributions here, and hopefully we'll have time for discussion. The first one is from Dr. Sazid Lamini from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And Dr. Lamini is a musician and composer in the jazz-influenced South African tradition. He plays the guitar, Guni musical bows, and makes experimental string and wind instruments that are reconstructing a lot of the history of music in Southern Africa. He's a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He's a research fellow in our Recentering Afro-Asia project, and he's one of the founding members of the Insurrections Ensemble. So he will be followed by Professor Sanga from the University of Dar es Salaam. I will introduce him before he speaks, and then by Ernie Coela from the University of Cape Town, who will not be with us, but he will be with us through sound. So we'll get back to that. So Dr. Dlamini, please go ahead. Hello? He's not here.
No, he is here. He is here. Just a moment. Unmute.
Here, I cannot. I'm having a problem connecting to the video. I don't know why. I was there just now.
We can hear you.
You're welcome in whatever form.
Yeah. So okay. Thank you, Ari. Thank you. Does anyone? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear
Yes,
you.
we
Dr.
cannot hear
Nandini,
you.
could you just look at the, there's a, if you look at the bottom of your screen, to the extreme left, it will say mute. Next to that, it says video. Try to do start video. We should be able to see you. Bottom,
Let me.
mute, then stop video. Bottom center of your screen.
Right at the bottom.
Bottom.
Still.
3 buttons, 4 buttons, or 3 or 4 buttons. Mute, stop video.
Mute. There we are. Yes, start video. Yes, my screen was minimized. Sorry. Here we go. Start video. Hopefully, I can be seen. And there I am. Thank you. Good day, colleagues, and I must apologize for the little glitch, and also to try and explain my approach to the topic. As Ari have said, my topic is broadly orality, music, and performance, and particularly with reference to the traditions of Ngoma. The Ngoma is kind of a very, I'd say, particular in its reference to the Afro-Asian relationships, particularly with regard to the presence there of diasporic communities who reference Ngoma in their religious and spiritual practices. And I'm now specifically referring to the city of Gujarat. Of course, as the past speakers have mentioned, there are enclaves and descendants of a diasporic relationship of Africans to the Asian subcontinent that span all the way from the Middle East, India, and perhaps as far as China. We await to discover what researchers have come up in that regard. But my first, I'd say, instinct was to expand on this Ngoma, and more likely to kind of embellish the depth at which Ngoma function and its context in the African kind of context. As people are aware, in Bantu languages that are spoken over a vast area covering the Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa, including the widely spoken Swahili, Ngoma is a common word denoting any kind of drum or drums, but it also refers to all genres of music, song, and dance that are primarily accompanied by drums or drumming, and also refers to the whole context of such events or performances, which may include any kind of festive arrangements and also to a particular ngoma's healing or mystical aspects. This kind of comprehensive, but nonetheless quite of correct interpretation comes from Werner Grebner. So my hook is that is to embellish Ngoma as a knowledge and the practice of indigeneity to sub-Saharan Africa, which is like unique to a given cultures or society, and kind of contrasts in some way with international knowledge systems as generated by institutions like universities, research institutions, and private firms. This is important in this consideration as a way into understanding the kind of obscured richness of sub-Saharan African musical heritages, perhaps for the reasons of their non-documentation, but perhaps more for their escaping kind of domestication by scholarly attention and analysis, but nonetheless being practiced deeply in many guises and forms and materiality of all kinds of instruments, from chordophones, idiophones, lamellophones, and all kinds of contexts that perhaps are not do not filter into the way the world has been documented through dominance, through power, through access, which is privileged, the access by boats to countries, and particularly in search of material connections, economic goods, is privileged. And as such, it may not, and did not, I dare say, does not reach into the actual everyday practices of the people all over. I dare say it's the same in India, where only certain elements of broad culture have been institutionalized and thereby appear to represent the face of India, which might well be the face of power, of dominant, or of groups of ideological dominance, or institutional dominance, as case may be, of education, of research, of power. So without much politicking about it, I'd like to just maybe go into aspects of African music and details that are worth being aware of and acknowledging in all their precariousness. I mean, I'm saying this in the light of cultures of people being under siege all over and almost extinct in many ways, in practice, in materiality, and in meaning, in the way that some dominance, some certain dominances and perceptions of life have taken over, and capital-driven as well. But nonetheless, this is an opportunity, I guess, for to pulling together kind of activist curiosity, scholarly curiosity that might be concerned with the ways such knowledges might be empowered, and also empower the business of knowledge production, such as we are involved in. So I just want to quickly go around and in a survey of sub-Saharan African musical resources, beginning with perhaps with it's a pity that music is mostly spoken of readily by pointing to artifact, to musical instruments, which are only part of practice, but nonetheless, because they are held and touched and can perhaps even move and circulate, they are much more readily spoken of and pointed to as a certain kind of a resource. So I'm also I don't know if it will be possible to share a document, a PowerPoint.
Could you go to the next to the video button? There's a button for share. So if you click on that, you get an option to share your screen. Then you could play your PowerPoint if it's open.
Yes, it is open. So I'm going to share here.
Yeah, share your window and then just play the PowerPoint.
I can say there's my screen there, my PowerPoint, so that I can perhaps talk to it readily.
You're there.
Thank you. I just need to open one other document that makes it easy for me to read. I don't know, what can you see now? Can you see my notes or can you see the PowerPoint?
Mouth resonated musical bows.
Oh, great. That's what I want to be. It's what I want to be seeing, rather than my scribbling notes that I'm going to read to like a madman. Kindly excuse me as my system is attempting to crash. I would like to. Mouth resonation musical bows are among some of the more abundant chordophones, and they are of various kinds, and some mouth, as I say, mouth resonated, but the most other prominent groups of mouth bows are those that are mechanically resonated using material like calabashes, and more to a lesser extent, some of the more modern kind of materials like tin. And the mouth bows speak very well of the diversity that is found throughout Southern Africa, and on their own are worth much more concerted study by musicology, by theorists, and also in their relationship, melodic, harmonic, and structural, to all other kind of music, and equivalent or derivant as they may be heard on the Asian subcontinent and elsewhere. So there's mouth bows are classified in different ways. Some are embraced to say that they are all single string, but some have their string divided, so-called braced, but some also are unbraced. Among the unbraced mouth bows that are still relatively found is that are those played by the Tonga and the Zulu and the Swazi, the so-called Umqangala, which are kind of youthful bows, as music tends to be in instrumental music that can have instruments that can be taken around. But also, I'll just play little clips of the Shangana Ndau Kankube, a version of unbraced mouth bow called the Kankube. So if you can.
Can't hear. We can't hear.
Oh, how do I?
Niharika, can you be the presenter, please? Niharika?
Yeah, I could, but I don't have the. Sorry, can you do one thing? Do you have the audio files saved elsewhere? Could you try to play them separately? Do you have the audio files somewhere saved?
Separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you do that, then you.
Yeah, I could find them. Let me just quickly see if I can locate them. I'll try and locate them. I was playing the Kankubwe, a plucked mouth bow. Just see, I should be able to play it from here. How's that?
Share a file. Just share a file, select the audio clip and play it.
Are you able to hear that?
No, not yet.
No.
Yeah, we could hear it. Yes, we could hear something.
Can't hear the plucking.
I'm sorry about that. Well, let me just I'm sorry that they cannot come through because I think the richness is those nuances, the textures, the rhythms and everything. And also because the examples work on some finer principles of acoustics, like harmonics, from which melodies draw and kind of work in very dynamic contrapuntal ways that are very worth looking at. But nonetheless, I'll just carry on with.
Please carry on, Saz, because we're running out of time.
I know. And so you have other mouth bows like the that even though they are unbraced, but they are played with other different techniques, like the friction bows, such as the Mhube of the Eastern Cape and Shizambi. Let me see if I can find something like that. No, I'll let that pass again because unfortunately I loaded it from elsewhere. There are, of course, braced mouth bows, and maybe I'll be lucky this time. Key. And then we have calabash resonated bows. Among them, the Shitende of the Shopi, the Tsonga, and the Ndau Shangana of Mozambique, which in this kind of geographical sphere would be much very interesting to look, because Sofala is not far from the area where the Ndau and Shangana and the Chopi people who use these bows are found. It would be interesting to see if any of equivalent or like sounds are involved in the dispersal of culture. And then we have unbraced calabash resonated bows, and all of these implements are very particular in the ways. And we have mouth bows that also work as wind instruments, so that even though they are single strings, but they are blown in order to get this sound. Let me see if I'm lucky. Where is my receiver? Oh, okay. It's not my lucky day. I'll just talk through these because really the purpose was hopefully to let the audience hear. And then we have friction bows, often with metal box resonators, such as the Skankuru and Skapa of the Tswana Bapedi. And an equivalent instrument that's found in Lesotho in South Africa. And South Africa is Qatar, and also the Qatari of the Xhosa. Let me just say that a lot of these examples may be accessed online. I'm sure you can hear some of the examples, but most likely, most definitely from the International Library of African Music, which also contributes to the South African Music Archive project, which is online and is by far the greatest repository of some of these repertoires. There are zitzes, which are like simple quaterphones with only a string bearer and strings with a resonator that can be detached without destroying the sound. In Malawi, there's the bangwe, 7-string rough zither. This one will be in my collection. Bangwe. Let me see. Excuse me, I have no way of knowing if you can hear some of those strains of strings, but
no,
let me know if
the quality is poor.
Sazi,
the quality is poor. We can hear the voice, but we can't hear the string and its subtlety properly.
Yeah, strings.
I'm
sorry about that. Yeah. Let me just plow on. The exercise really to reveal the abundance of instruments. These are just strings and harp. There's lyres, there's lutes of various kinds, especially in East Africa. There's lyres and lutes of different kinds that are played by the different people, ethnic groups there that I think are very interesting. It would be very interesting to look at and to compare, with what I know to be materials of music making within the Indian subcontinent. And also orchestral music, special instruments like xylophones that also attached to some of the kingdoms that were known to exist, like the lamellophones that were known to be part of the processions of the kings of Munumutapa, and the lamellophones of Timbila xylophones, some of which found their way to diasporic communities like South America, and were documented by the Jesuit priests in the 15th century. I'm sorry I cannot play this, but I'm very ready to supply them to anyone who would ask for such examples. And hopefully after this forum, there'll be a way to communicate and share these resources far and wide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry that we couldn't hear them properly. And give the floor now to Professor Sanga, Professor of Music in the Department of Creative Arts in the College of Humanities of the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. He conducts the university choir, and Professor Sanga's research and published work focus on church music and popular music of Tanzania in relation to the construction of gendered, religious, and national identities within the context of globalization, as well as the use of music in Tanzanian Swahili literature. And he will be addressing us now. Professor Sanga. Professor Sanga, are you there? We have lost Professor Sanga, it seems. Can the coordinators please tell me whether Professor Sanga is there? I can see his name.
He's here. I should be able to. He is here.
I can see the name there.
Maybe we can we call him perhaps? Is it possible?
No.
Oh, okay. So
shall we do the next one in the meantime so that we are not losing time, and then come back to Dr. Sanga?
Yes, the next thing is going to be online. Eni Koela Ngoma consciousness, sages and bows. And Ernie Koela has spent time in Gujarat learning from masters there, about how the music traveled and what music exists in ritual form now. So I think we've got an extract that Sumangala has got there to play for us.
Just give me one moment. I'm just sharing it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So it's not playing.
Just a moment.
Yeah. There we are.
Just apologize. We're playing first the movie. We'll just try to see whether we can get the introduction. This is now the movie. Just a moment. I'll play it from the point. It should be 1 moment.
Oh, udlalwa kanje umthetho wawo kanye phambili wawudlalwa kanje.
Okay, I think we can bring it to a close now. Thank you.
Sorry, I can try once more to play the introductory video, but if you feel if that takes too long, maybe we should. I think.
Sorry?
I said I can try once more to play the introductory video. We're just trying to convert it, so it's take a
it's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to see whether the Professor Sanga is there.
He said he has a problem with his mic. He's having a problem with his mic, and that's why he's not able. Just a moment. Let me see. Okay, he's unmuted. He should be able to speak.
Okay.
He's saying he has a problem with his mic. He's messaged.
All right. In the meantime, Dr. Dlamini, this is what you were talking about, and we see it in all kinds of contexts, including Gujarat, the movement of these bows. Can you say something about them, about the movement of the bows? No, we can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah. Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Am I muted?
No, you're okay now.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. The movement of the music between Gujarat and Mozambique could very well rest on the trade, on the slave trade, and the movement of goods and people between Sofala, Mozambique, and the coastal areas of Western India.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I think we
I was just saying that for Imani.
Yeah. No, I can't hear Imani.
I was saying that the movement is easily attributed to the movement of slaves. As you know, that part of the city community was formed not from above, but by remnants of slaves who then gathered to found and to discover Baba shrines and to become their keepers of those shrines. You know, really people who found their identity in India through their relationship to Ngoma. And also thereby also were able to congregate a whole lot of mainstream Indian religious orthodoxies like Islam, Zoroastrianism, and such. But normal people who were found their way as slaves and could not be repatriated, but congregated around the coastal areas of Gujarat and Mumbai.
Yeah. Well, this movement speaks directly to the issues that Sumangala raised yesterday about the movement of music in general, and also to what Kacheini was talking about earlier on, you know, about those communities there of seafaring communities in areas, you know, of Gujarat as well. But isn't it a paradox that the same name of Ngoma is also used in the Western Cape as something that has come from the Indonesian archipelago back to South Africa? Is it correct to hypothesize that we're talking about the same phenomenon coming back home, as it were? Oops.
It's very tempting. It's very tempting, Ari, because of the. It's very tempting because of the connotations of Guma, as it is known in the Western Cape, besides the rhyming with goma, ngoma, it also comes with rhythms, and also with a brand of Sufism that informs the Ratib practices. Although, as you can imagine, because of its kind of the hierarchy, the religious hierarchies of the brand of Sufism that are probably participated in by on the margins, or perhaps people at the level of the city, in the whole scheme of things, that brand of Sufism disappears in South Africa and is not easily associated with Ratib cultures. Even now, Guma in South Africa is only embraced by popular musicians who don't necessarily relate it closely to Sufism as such and to Ngoma and Africa immediately, directly.
Let's open it up for comment and discussion and questions. Anybody who's around wants to raise something?
Yeah, could I ask something?
Yeah, Mark. Yes.
Yeah. So in Ernie's video, he is in one of the parts he's with a Siddhi, and the Siddhi master is playing his bow, and he's playing his bow with a little device that actually has something that jingles, right? So when he hits it, there's a percussive sound in moving the bow. I mean, not the bow, but the thing that's hitting the bow. And I believe that this thing is called, which he hits it with, is called Mai Mishra. And Mai Mishra is supposed to be the sister or the companion of Baba Gaur, who's the Sufi saint of the Siddhis. But it's interesting because Baba Gaur is supposed to be an Ethiopian, and Mai Mishra literally means Egypt. So, and it's interesting that they use this instrument and they call this part of it Mai Mishra. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this is what it is. So is there like an Egyptian connection or?
Good question, Mark. It's a very good question. No, I'm aware of that, at least the terminology as it applies to the percussive, to the rattle, that is Mai Mishra, who's sister to the spiritual healer and saint Baba Gaur. But the Egyptian connotation is a puzzle and would perhaps require of a more probing to see what are the connections there. Thank you for raising that.
Further comments and questions? Yeah, Sumangala?
Okay. Yes. Well, this is just an observation, and this is based on the fact that, I mean, unfortunately, Professor Sangha has not been able to join, and Ernie Koila had to, he is traveling and therefore could not join us online directly. But what the video that was shown does demonstrate very interestingly, I think, is that just the act of listening to several bows, or for Ernie himself as a student to be playing the bow with another person and trying to figure out just that act itself of working with an instrument which might not be his own, but at the same time is similar to a lot of the traditions that he comes from, expands the ambit of the bow experience itself. So from what I remember of Ernie traveling to Gujarat and then taking a half-built bow back to South Africa, and then trying to figure out how that bow could be completed in South Africa given South Africa's weather conditions, and then to play the Siddhi bow in South Africa, but with his training of playing the Southern African bows. I mean, that exercise itself, I think, has been quite illuminating. And that's perhaps one of the things that comes out of this session. I just wanted to point this out.
I wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
about what a fascinating performance that was. I mean, I wanted to ask, what are the occasions in which this music is played or this instrument is played in the context?
Yeah, Sazi?
Sudha, thank you for I don't know which one you refer to, possibly, but the bows find different
Yes, the bows.
context. But I'm glad you asked, because with the bows in South Africa, the instruments are very kind of social and are also within the family, mostly very intimate things, which for me contrasts, somewhat with the way the cities have brought it close to the shrine and attach it to a very kind of institutional bearing that's outside of the homestead. Most of the bows that you see are played, they're pastoral, played by young people when they're looking after livestock, played in the house to lull babies, played to shore off birds in the fields, and played by young men who are going to courting, to try to attract the attention of lovers and that kind of thing. So it's very interesting that within the city community, those artifacts kind of are brought to evoke a certain spiritual connectivity with the motherland as it is.
Yeah, my question also was, is it not, while you said that it is played in a very intimate or partly shrine, you said religious atmosphere, it is not connected to war and some kind of resistance or something like that? No, not at all.
No. Not
Uh,
musical bows, no.
Now, it's a pity we didn't have the Ngoma drumming side of the discussion, because the drums and the drumming did move. And there are enormous variations in the drumming, drums and drumming and the relationship.
Yeah, that would have been very interesting.
Yeah, the drums are...
The next session is going to be exclusively on drumming, so it would have been wonderful to that. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is that whereas the bow is everyday and social, very social instrument, the Ngoma pertains to a lot of collective performance, but also spirituality in forms of ecstasy and it's a combination of rhythm and spirituality. Is something that we will be looking at in the next session. Yeah. So we think we have time for one last comment by somebody. Are there any comments about the discussion before? Sorry. Yeah.
I would perhaps just go out on a limb since I'm listening to Sudha, to what I've sensed with the shrine and home kind of, that I sense that the absence of this big institutionality in Africa, I've sensed that the homes themselves become shrines. The way the behavior there, it's very much like the shrine, so ritualized, the way people behave around the home, that I've found the atmosphere that's reiterated in institutions like the shrines in Africa, settled homesteads. That's what you find, exactly that. The pace, low tones of address, the movement, moving on feet, playing soft instruments, playing intimately. Whereas perhaps in contrast, as Ari says, the drums are out there. They lead armies, big gatherings, big weddings, battles. So that's what.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
For that.
Well, thank you very much. I'm afraid there were absences and there were technical difficulties, but I think we're getting the message of this sense of movement and sounds like across vast oceanic distances, which we need to keep on researching and discovering new things. Thank you.
Thank you.
let's go to the overall coordinator.
So thank you so much, Professor Sitas and Dr. Damini. It was wonderful. I know I'm sorry about the hiccups on these sides, but I think we still got a sense of the music as well as all the ideas that were brought up were fascinating. We will now break for, I think, 48 minutes. So we resume at, in about 48 to 50 minutes. And we shall just, in the meantime, we will be playing the Sea Drift of Songs, which is a recording that premiered in November 2020 at Cape Town to recreate the sound and visual scapes of the 13th century. Some of you seen a good part of it yesterday and been part of it. Just after that.
Samadhaniya irbeku. I am not this place.
Niharika, where are we now?
Sorry, we can start. It's just that Mr. Makhane is yet to join. I think he'll be with us in a minute. Should we start or should we give it a few seconds?
Yeah, we will wait for him.
Yeah.
Excuse me, are we waiting for Mr. Makene or?
Yes, sorry, we're waiting
Yes,
for
yes.
Saleh Makene. We're just giving it.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. I just got a message from him saying he will be joining just now. I think he wasn't being able to get in. So maybe we can start the session.
Okay, thank you. So welcome back to the culminating session of our colloquium on Afro-Asian musical imaginaries. This is on comparative drumming traditions between Southern Africa and Southern India. This will be chaired by Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, who is Executive Director of the International Research Division of the IIC, Executive Director of Sahapedia, an online encyclopedia on South Asian art and culture, is Founder Director of the National Mission for Manuscripts. Among many other things, she is an authority on the performing arts of Kerala, both as a scholar and as a practitioner. Dr. Gopalakrishnan. He's here. I think.
Yeah. Okay, so we come to the last session of this webinar, comparative drumming traditions. In a manner of speaking, I think this is a fitting finale to this stimulating webinar of musical imaginaries in Afro-Asia. So far, we have heard discussions on various themes relating to interconnectedness, methodologies, frameworks for understanding relationships, themes such as migration, notions of identity, integration, and multiculturalism, among many, many other subjects that were explored and discussed. We also heard an excellent, of course, we could not hear it in full, Goma performance in the last session, but this session looks like it's going to be as much about performance and demonstration, as much about ideas and thoughts. So we have two presentations in this webinar. The first one is a combined lecture presentation and performance of Venda drum. Mr. Tale Makhane is the presenter, and he'll be joined by Dr. Zasi Dalmini. So let me introduce both these people. Of course, Dr. Sazi already has been introduced, but Mr. Tale Makhane is a versatile musician and performer, producer, composer, a session musician, and tutor who's inspired by traditional world and jazz music. One of South Africa's most sought-after percussionists, he began drumming at an age of 4, inspired by his grandmother, a traditional healer. His professional journey took shape when drums across from Denmark were conducting workshops to scout for talent in South Africa. He has performed on local and international stages and released 2 albums, Ascension of the Enlightened, which won the MTN SAMA Award in 2005 on the Best Contemporary Jazz Album, and Swazi Gold, based on the music he grew up listening to. And like I said, Dr. Sazi is a musician and composer in the jazz-influenced South African tradition. He plays guitar, the Nguni musical bows, and also makes experimental string and wind instruments. Now he's also presently a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a research fellow of the Recentering Afro-Asia project. So welcome to both of you, and we look eagerly for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me.
We can hear you, but maybe request you to switch on your video.
I'm struggling to switch on my video. I don't know what's happening.
Right. So just a moment. If you look at the bottom of your screen, from the left to the right, first there's an audio video, then there's audio button. The middle, it says video button. Please see.
Yes. I see the video. The only thing that is happening, the video thing is filling my screen. Then I can't see everyone.
Oh, I see. Maybe it's because you joined. Okay. Right. So, right. You don't want to see. Okay. Maybe it's because of the interface, possibly.
I don't know what is happening. Prasazi, go on, please, while I'm trying to solve.
Okay. Yes, I'm the one here who's struggling here in this hot company of percussionists, because I'm just you know, I'm a listener, but I've got 2 left hands and I cannot count to save my life. Here with me, I have 2 local drums. Just try and lift them up. You know, these are the drums. They are made out of oil drums and cow skin or goat skin. As you are well aware, or may be aware, that the Nguni in the southern parts of Africa are migratory people. And I've always believed that a lot of materials, artifacts that pertain to shrines, to places of governance and officialdom, we left them kind of some distance behind while driving cattle and battle down this way. So what has survived really are these drums. These drums, though, are essentially that they are healing drums. Here they are used for the Zion healing. The Zion Ethiopian is a kind of synthetic church that mixes tradition and Christianity. They use this drum, and as well as traditional sangoma. You know, those are traditional diviners people. So they use these drums, these 2 drums. Those are what have survived coming down this way. But they can certainly play rhythms that are taught to them. And they come with their own repertoires as well in dance and in specific rhythms. For example, but I should let Charlie take over from here. I was just standing in and teach me.
I hope everyone can see me now.
Yes, we can see you.
Thank you. It was just a momentary glitch.
You're welcome.
I'll start by apologizing. I had mixed times in my head. It was 2 o'clock while it's earlier. I am sorry for that. Yes.
Doesn't matter. You're now.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I am happy to be here. And obviously, I am a a contemporary percussionist, but my roots come from a traditional side, a traditional view, having my grandmother being actually my drumming starting when my grandmother was doing her healing initiation as a diviner, and from there the drum was with me always, and including traditional churches and traditional dances and almost everywhere, including dramaturgies. But I guess with me right now, just to shorten a little bit of the history, I love jazz music. I love traditional music. So with me, it is the combination of the contemporary, of the modern urban movement and the traditional movement coming together to move forward. And so as a result, like right now, I've got these babies. I've got a cajon with me, which borders for me, like with the drums and the drums that Yule Prasazi has, and they give me those sounds. I can draw the emotion and the sound of my traditional drums and the contemporary technique into the music. And I've got your Udu as well, which is not necessarily South African. In tradition, it comes from Nigeria. Originally, it was played by women. And as time went on, I don't know what happened, who took from who. But thank God that men can still share the instrument. And I've got another bongo cajon, which for me, this instrument takes from a drum called Inchomane, the highest pitch, one of the highest pitched drums, especially in the diviners world, to evoke. It's that pitch makes it easy to evoke the ancestral spirits to come up and do everything they need to do. So basically, as Talema Kene, I always try and open my scope to find similarities from where I come from to almost where my heart and travels can reach, and try and bring it closer to me. Because yes, my traditional music is in me, it's with me, I'm with that music, but then I need to share it with the world. And how do I share it with the world? I need to connect with the world. Yeah, I think I'll stop from there for now.
So how do we go from here, Sazi?
Well, thank you and good afternoon, Dr. Kurwar. Thank you, Claire, for reiterating the kind of roots of rhythm as it is felt in context, which is dance, basically. You know, diviners, they dance. They go into trance because they are dancing, and they dance to particular rhythm. And what has struck me rhythmically about this music, traditional music, is the particular rhythm that bring about dance, that are used, that are kind of anchor different divining traditions and their dances, you know.
Yes.
And also happen to be the basis of a lot of theorization around African drumming, almost universally now, since African drummers go everywhere to teach, normally using the djembe and other drums, but mostly the djembe. That rhythm unit is a triplet, if I'm not mistaken. And it's kind of, even now, with this understanding, one is able to, as a framework for interpreting certain, because most of dance music is this thing, it's cycles, it's cycles, and its linearity, I suppose, can be sensed in the progression of whatever is being danced to. That if we're dancing, in kind of this, a trance will bring, and the next progression will not be necessary in the change, other than maybe the pace of the music, but it will be in the kind of mood that comes in with the repetition and the embellishment of a basic unit of drum that is almost always, well, always basically, can be theorized back to a triplet. And for now, I'll ask Charlie to demonstrate the triplet at its slowest, just in the sound, and then we'll get to the technique of how it is brought about.
Yes.
Technique, yeah. That's a triplet.
Okay. Basically, here we may have like something like this. Rather play it than explain it before. So I hope it's audible. And then with this, then you can have subdivisions. And
we can't hear you.
You can't hear the music.
I can't. Yeah.
Yo, I'm busy having fun with my. Can you hear me speaking?
I can hear you very well speaking.
Okay, let me get the speaker close to the drum then.
Yeah.
Now?
Play again. No.
Does everybody hear me?
Play again.
Just hang on.
You don't have a mic. You don't have a small mic.
No, I don't have a small mic. Let me get closer. You're gonna hear. Let's hope you're gonna see my hands and hear. Now?
You can see the hand. You can see the fingers. Yeah, the hand.
But the sound. How's the sound?
Not the sound.
Very faint. Very faint. Try again.
Okay. Just hold on. Just hold on. Just give me a minute. Let me try something else here.
I think Mark suggested that you try to go to audio and video. Mark, would you like to say? Tell him.
Yeah, sure. Tlale, hi. If you just look at your menu bar on top for WebEx events, you'll see audio and video. So if you just click audio and video, then there's in the menu, the third one is WebEx Smart Audio Settings.
Just hang on.
Okay, and at the then in Smart Audio, there's noise removal and music mode. So I think you can just switch to music mode, and that might work.
You said at the top or at the bottom?
At the top, there's audio and video. Can you see audio and video?
Top left. Top left. First it's file, then edit, then share.
I'm seeing it. Says audio devices, then settings, fine, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got audio video. It's something WebEx Smart Audio Settings. I know about that. Okay, you can hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's you, Sazi. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me there. That was me there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So there's audio only mode.
No, there's audio and video at the top, at the first menu, and then you scroll all the way down in your settings. Down in your settings is this music mode.
Maybe because I'm using a phone, I don't know.
Okay.
Can you see audio and video?
I'm using my phone.
Sorry. Top left, first file, then edit, then share, then view, then audio and video. Can you see it? Audio and video is the fourth from the left. Fifth from the left, sorry.
Settings.
Click on audio and video. Third, it will say smart audio settings. WebEx smart audio settings. In the drop-down menu, the third.
Now I've done something. I don't even know how to go back now. Or return to meeting. Okay. I'm going to this video. Okay.
So smart audio settings. Then you will get your settings, and there is select music mode at the bottom, the very last option.
Now there's nothing. Okay. Go up. Global call numbers, no. You know what I see here, because at that, I don't know if this thing can turn. Now technology becomes my vice, can be my enemy. Nothing yet?
Just play. Let's hear you play.
I'm playing.
We can't hear you. Listen, Tarek, can you see us on your screen?
I can see you on my screen, yes.
Can you see the menu on top of us? File, edit, share, view. Can you see that? The writing on top of our heads.
What's on top of me right now, of our heads? Let me put it like this. Okay. I've got, let me tap. I've got that WebEx with a, and there's a, yeah. Then I see audio devices, settings, and share question, audio, only mode.
Settings.
See,
go to settings, see what's in settings.
I've gone into settings, remove background noise.
Yeah. So change that to music mode. Change that to music mode, that we don't want to remove the background. I mean, yeah, so you want to disable noise removal. So change it to music mode.
Okay, I've disabled to remove background noise.
Yeah.
Okay, now
just try and play something.
Keep your phone as near as your drums.
We can hear you.
Yeah, that's much
Can you
better.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I need to go back. On my way back now.
We can hear you. We can see you. We're fine.
All right. Now I'm audible enough.
No, you could be louder.
Okay. Let's go to the drum now. So basically, what I was doing is, so now you have like, that's, so now the underlying pattern under, you can, you stick, cut, then, so we're still in the triplet. So now that is the lowest rate, the slowest version. So if I were now to push it from like, then with the variation, then moving on. Hello?
Hello, Charlie.
Yeah.
Well, no, I hear you, but can I maybe try and understand it the way that tell me if I'm wrong. That what is happening is that you are playing upon the smallest division. You are playing over, but you are accenting. But you're playing. This is you have a basic pulse happening, and then you accent alternatively with either hand. This is triplet. This is a triplet, as it is understood. You are playing a basic, smallest pulse, but then you start to accent alternatively with each hand. Of course, you can take this faster or slower, it depends, and there are permutations to it. But that's basic understanding that I know that.
And because this
is that right? Okay.
The rhythm it's not it just does not go alone, because there's always the dance, it's rhythm and dance. So basically, it would be, as Prasad said, so the basic pattern, underlying pattern, so now the delta is becoming the accent, and as it goes, the accents come in, that the dance comes with the accents and all that. So I don't know if I'm making sense. Hello?
Hello?
Is it? Hello?
Hello?
Can everybody hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So I don't know if you heard what I was saying before.
Yes, we did it.
Okay. So basically, so now, let me take off the ring. So coming from, almost everything is here. So with the choice of the dancer in the music, then the drummer has to follow the dancer, obviously. So now the accents, they bring out the emotion of the dance, and depending where the dancer wants to go. So if I may take it faster, let's say I go, or maybe with the song. So now, as the song changes, goes into sort of a chorus thing, then the climaxes and the triplet, like the rhythm expands and more actions and all that. That's how we help me there. Hello?
Yes, go on.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm here. I thought I'd muted myself. I can't hear Prasad.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Please carry on.
Ooh, I can't hear him.
Oh.
Sazi, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Funny enough, his microphone is green here, but I can't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Can you?
Yes, yes.
I can hear you now.
Okay. What I was saying is that, can you let me play the basic triplet that you were demonstrating? And then you, on top of that, maybe demonstrate what kind of improvisation accents can come to complement that basic pulse of triplets, you know? Is that possible? For example, I'll try it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if there's time left, but I was trying to be steady there. Perhaps to say that the essence of rhythm is not much different from the dancers in that they warm up to the performance and with some kind of space. Often they're not more than one soloist. It's just a lead drummer, and then because a lot of is ensemble drumming, is drumming ensemble, not solo. It's ensemble drumming. So you will have a basic, let me say, lines of rhythm that are going together, but not on top of each other in a way. Still underlined by that basic triplet pulse. For example, in an ensemble drumming, two lines can complement one another in a way, like, for example, if you were to hear a line like say, can you play that clearly for me? on, you were faster than me. Play on, play. I don't know how is this going. It was, but
I hope the sync is happening okay, because sometimes there could be latency also, but I hope in the ears it's coming out clear.
Hope away, but yeah, I was just well, the ensemble kind of setting can be incremental. Like the largest ensembles can be really anything, informal settings, 6 or more drums, all sharing the beat in a way, and even a texture of sound is characterized by this, what is called multimetric, or generally polyrhythms, or what you could say in traditional musicology, like a hocket, like interlocking rhythms,
Yeah.
I don't know how that works with how this kind of approach would work with the formalities of Indian drumming. I'd like to understand, I'd like really to try and hear if Indian drumming has that space where there can be improvisation or space to improvise and kind of taking sensibilities of drumming, such as we've just tried to articulate, as being cyclic, and where it will still maintain some coherence without being offensive or cacophony of, yeah.
So, how are you going to demonstrate a little bit more? Are we going to Manoj's paper, and then are we going to have an interaction between the two of you? Because one of the things that I was thinking through this session was to have some kind of conversation between what you said just now about the interaction between India, specifically Kerala, which has a very, very exquisite drumming tradition, and same way like yours also. So we wanted to bring this two together to have that special, special relation, communion, so to say. How do we go? Do we start with Manoj's, or should we let you have the entire and then go to him? What is your idea, Tale and Sazi?
Well, I would like to hear Manoj play some of the more accessible of those rhythms and see how we could join in that pattern,
Partly, I think this problem would not have been there of this, if we had been a physical conference than a virtual conference. Then things would have been much different. Yeah, but what to do? This is some problem. But let me just introduce Manoj Kurur, and then we can take it from there. So Manoj teaches Malayalam in NSS College, Pandalam in Kerala. He's a well-known poet, composer, and fiction writer in Malayalam. He has won several awards and recognition for his writing. Apart from his creative writing, he is also an excellent percussionist of chenda drum, and plays the instrument for Kathakali performances. You also talked about the connection between dance and drumming. So that's what happens here also. He has written more than 50 articles on various topics such as Western classical music, classical art forms, popular music, folklore art forms, cinema, literature, and cyber culture. Well, he has not sent an abstract of a paper, but we would, of course, but he has sent a draft of the paper that he is going to write. But I think the whole thing will be about the experience of what he is going to share with us. So now over to you, Manoj.
Okay, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good evening to all. First of all, I express my gratitude to Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan and Dr. Sumangala Damodaran for inviting me to present a paper or present a lecture demonstration in this auspicious event. I am extremely happy to be with two great percussionists like Tale Makane and Sasi Damini. I don't know. Hi, Tale. Hi, Sasi.
Hi, hello, Manoj. Hi, pleasure.
Anyway, I will try to do something or say something about the drumming tradition of South India, especially of the tradition of Kerala. This is a cylindrical drum. Its name is Chanda. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see?
She's a beautiful baby.
Can you hear the sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, sorry, please. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
That is incredible. That is amazing. I've never seen any.
This instrument is famous for its loud,
Manoj,
loud
can I
and
say
wild
something?
sound.
Can I say something, Manoj? Will you also
Yeah.
change it to the music setting when you do? Same music setting from...
But I couldn't see any music. I couldn't see it in the general settings.
Really? Oh, okay. Niharika,
I
would you like...
I have removed the background noises. That option I changed, but this I couldn't find.
Okay, just once more. Maybe you've done it, but just take the 5th button from the top left. Audio and video. You've got to audio and video.
Okay.
Okay, click the drop-down menu. The 3rd option, WebEx Smart Audio Settings. WebEx Smart Audio Settings, the 3rd option in the drop-down.
Kala, did you see that?
But it is not here. But it is not here. Smart audio settings is not here in my settings.
WebEx Smart Audio Settings.
Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound well? I couldn't see the. I checked that option, but couldn't find it on my phone.
Actually, we can hear the sound very well, except that if that were so, it would really come with its full effect and force. That's all.
Okay.
But it's good. It's wonderful.
I've never seen anyone playing like that before. You know, how does it feel, Manoj? How does it feel in your body playing so fast?
It's a specialty of drumming.
I'm just thinking it's one thing what we hear, but why are you feeling like, because you're playing so fast, I can't see your hand. But
that's a special kind of technique of playing this drum. I will explain later.
Okay. So what is it? What is the technique?
It is called dureé. That means rolling hand. Rolling hand. The right hand is the wrist of the right hand is rolling inward and outward like this.
Is it?
Wrist of the right hand is going inwards.
Okay. That's incredible. I'm just thinking that those are speeds that are very. I imagine like tabla and mridangam, the speeds that are attained there. But you're using the cross. You know, this is like a very complex joint. You know, like. But you get speeds like that to me that are faster than some of the fastest figures on the tabla and the mridang. It must take quite a long time to get there.
Thank you, Sasi Damini. Then I will come. I'm continuing. As I said earlier, this instrument is famous for its loud and wild sounds. Playing chanda is like taming a wild animal because the sound produced by this instrument is very very loud. Then we have to control the sounds. We have to control the sounds. Sorry.
Asura Vadyam.
Yeah. Asura Vadyam. Yeah. And there can be produced 4 sounds from this instrument. four sounds from the first sound is the drumstick holding in my right hand. It is on the middle of the drum head. This sound is called D. And it's not. And there are two other sounds also can be produced using the left hand. These are the four basic sounds produced by produced from this instrument. Then let me come to my main topic also. It's a South Indian tradition of drumming. The southern part of India has a rich tradition of percussion instruments and instrumental music. South India is a region which encompasses the Indian states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Telangana, as well as the union territories of Lakshadweep and Puducherry. Among the percussion instruments, mridangam, ganjira, and khadam share a common platform in all these states of South India, for they are popularly used for the accompaniment in South Indian classical music, which is known as Carnatic music. It is South Indian classical music, and its name is Carnatic music. Mridangam is the main instrument performed in that art form, or in classical music, or South Indian classical music. I will show you Mridangam. You have two young artists. They are just beginners. They are just beginners, but they will show you the basic sounds produced by the instrument Mridangam. Can you see? One is Vishak. This is Vishak. Vishak.
Hello,
And this is Karthik. Karthik and Vishak was there. They are just beginners, but they will produce the sounds from that instrument. There are four sounds can be produced from Mridangam: ta, tim, tom, na. Ta, ti, tom, na.
Ta, ti, tom.
Ta, ti, tom, na.
Ta.
Ta.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Uh, if I may ask, I know you. I don't know. I'm sure you're still carrying on, but I don't know if I can come in and ask a question now.
Okay, sure.
Is there a conception whereby such drums like mridang and also the chant that are steeped in tradition, is there space for them to jam, to play other forms of music that are not based on whatever on tradition?
Sorry, I couldn't understand. Can you translate it?
Is there space for drums such as the chanda or mridanga, for that matter, to play outside of the Carnatic tradition?
Yeah.
That Manoj, could you get that? Is there a space for these drums to be played outside the Carnatic tradition?
Sure. This drum is playing for Mohiniyattam. This Mridangam is playing for Mohiniyattam also. Mohiniyattam nowadays, Kaigottikali also. Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan is very
okay.
She is a specialist in that art form. And there are several art forms. Or Mridanga is used in several art forms of South India.
Right.
It can be it can be played outside the Carnatic music tradition. And nowadays it plays for Tullal also. Tullal. Autumn Tullal from Kerala. Autumn Tullal from Kerala is very different from this Carnatic music tradition. And Mridangam is used in Tullarums. There are some other instruments also, like Ganjira and Khadam. These instruments are using in most popularly in Carnatic music. That is
Okay.
And Tawil is another instrument. Tawil is another instrument that accompanies Nagaswara. Nagaswara, a wind instrument that performs in all South Indian states as a part of temple festivals and marriage ceremonies. All the main South Indian states have a wonderful tradition of folk art forms also. There are hundreds of art forms for each of these states. Various types of percussion instruments are used or using in many of these art forms. Parai, it's an ancient drum which was depicted in Colloquium, an ancient Tamil work, and other Sangam works of ancient Tamil. Had many forms like Padalaparai, Aguliparai, Kiniparai, and Neithalparai. And they were practiced by Panar community, a kind of bard community. With reference to the ancient Tamil literary texts, Panar and Viralier were singing bards. Even now, different types of para are popular in the folk performances of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The instruments Midava, Tannumai are other two major examples. We can see a lot of percussion instruments like Maddalam, Chenda, Midava, Tappa, Udukka, Tudi, Pambai, and Veeranam in different phases of South Indian history. Veeranam, a kind of war drum, is still present in Veeranatya of Andhra Pradesh. Another instrument is Tasa, which has a strong connection with North India, is also performed in Veeranatya. Runja is a rare instrument of Telangana. I have to represent these states also. That's why I'm trying to explain about these instruments. It's interesting to see that Burravina of Telangana, a string instrument by nature, is playing like a percussion instrument for the performances. On the contrary, Idakka of Kerala, a small drum from Kerala, Idakka, which is basically a percussion instrument, but it can produce musical notes like a string instrument. It's a kind of talking drum of Kerala. Chanda, as we saw, the major percussion instrument, which is present in many art forms of Kerala, gets prominence in Yakshagana Bailata, a dance drama performed in Karnataka also. And Pambai Mela is a special form of percussion prevalent in Tamil Nadu as well as Kerala. These are some examples for the role of percussion instruments in the various performance traditions of South India. As far as the eminence of percussion is concerned, Kerala has a special place among the South Indian regions because this land boasts a number of lofty orchestral forms. Chandamelam in different talas, such as Panjari, Chambada, Chamba, Adanda, Anjadanda, and Dhruvam, are the major orchestral forms which are performed during temple festivals. I will try to demonstrate some talas also. The first one is Ekatala. Let us create some rhythm. That's a easy way to convey this convey the structure of these rhythms. Then let us start with two kind of actions. The first action is a sounded action, clapping the sound or or beating on a drum, anything like that. A sound action. The first action is sounded, and the next action is unsounded. We can make some rhythms by using these two actions. The first tala, the first rhythm is Ekatala. Ekatala. Ekatala is in the form of one beat followed by one interval. One beat and one interval. It's a very simple rhythm. One beat and one interval. Boom, 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 boom. Very simple rhythm. It's a combination of one beat and one interval. The interval is taking place between two beats. One, 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 boom. I'll try on Chanda. This is Ekatala.
Ekatala. Ekatala. Ekatala.
Ektal. It has Ektal. The next tal, Ektal. Ek means one.
Ektal.
Ektal. Tal means rhythm. Tala means rhythm. And ek or ega means one. It's a combination of one beat and one interval. That's why we call it ekatala. Then the first rhythm is ekatala, and it's a combination of one beat and one interval. Can be played on chanda also. That second rhythm, we can just add one more beat, the basic form of that rhythm. Then we get another rhythm. 2 beat followed by one interval. 2 beat followed by one interval.
Nice.
Rupatala. The second rhythm is Rupatala. Second tala is Rupatala. It is a combination of 2 beats and an interval. Rupatala.
What I may say is that it compares to the triplet that I was spoken about.
Yeah.
It compares very well with the triplet.
Yeah.
In the first 2 beats, but the interval is the 3rd beat. You know, it compares very well with the triplet. You know.
Can you play a similar rhythm from Africa? Then we can communicate through these drums. Okay. The third rhythm is another one. The third rhythm is very simple because you can guess the form of that rhythm. Okay.
I don't have technique. That's my problem. I can only count, but I don't have no technique.
There
Thank
and
you.
there are
Thank you, Manoj.
okay. Thank you. Thanks.
That's
Thank you too.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
I think
Thank you. Thank you.
I think there is a lot to be shared and lots to be
Yeah.
understood about each other's performance,
Yeah.
you said about rhythms and percussion modes, and I mean, and the instruments. I think there's a limitless landscape over there. I think what you should be doing is to meet each other and then take it
Exactly.
forward.
Yes.
Most definitely. Most
Next
definitely.
time we come to Kerala, we're going to meet.
Yeah. Sure. You're welcome.
Yeah. So any
It's a date.
I think this can go on a lot. Any other last observations that both of you have, or the three of you have?
I have to say some specialities about the Kerala drumming also. After that, I will conclude my session. There are three.
If you can make it very brief and succinct to the point.
Sure. I will. Okay. This is a kind of this is a way of lecture demonstration, but we have limited time only. So I will try to present only some important points. And there are a lot of percussive art forms in Kerala, like Chandamelam and Panchavadyam. Two popular melams are Chandamelams are. The first one is Panjari Melam. The Panjari Melam is performed in Panjari Tala. Panjari Tala is another rhythm, like 5 beats followed by 1 interval. 5 beats followed by 1 interval. This melam is presented in 5 tempos. 5 tempos. The last, the original form of this rhythm is, we can see the original form of this rhythm only in the 5th tempo. 5th tempo, the last tempo. Before that, there are 4 tempos also. Then the 5th tempo is in this form. The rhythm is in this form, and it has 6 beats. 6 beats, like 5 beats and interval. 6 beats. And the 4th tempo is in 12 beats. 4th tempo is in 12 beats, and 3rd tempo is in naturally in 24 beats, and the 2nd tempo is in 48 beats, and the 1st tempo, it starts in 96 beats. It's a long rhythm cycle. It's a kind of a long rhythm cycle, and the progression of this progressively accelerating this rhythm to up to the end. Then only we can see the original form of this like 5 beats and 1 gap. And there is another percussion art form like Panchavadyam. This art form, this percussive art form starts in 896 beats. First tempo is in 896 beats. I think it's a very rare kind of structure. That structure is very complicated, and it starts in 896 beats and accelerating, then progressively accelerating the rhythm. Then it ends in 3.5 beats after 4 or 5 hours long performance. The Panchavadyam ends in 3.5 beats. That's the main. That's the speciality of this Kerala drumming. I think the presence of this very slow tempo, very slow tempo. That's a main speciality.
I guess that's what Sudha was saying. Okay. We really need to
I think it is interesting. I think it is interesting to you. That's why I said that thing also. Okay. Then let me conclude this. Let me conclude this point. That's the main point I have to say here.
Okay. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you both of you. It has been a very exhilarating session, I must say, with so much and also understood that so much can be learned from each other interacting with it.
Sure.
I think even beyond this, I think if you could, send videos of and to each other, and then, for example, what is it about Panchavadyam, or what is about, all the Venda drum. So much of this can be shared between both of you, and perhaps at one point, it'll be wonderful to have a kind of meeting. Plus, I think it's an exciting opportunity one can think of. So I think with your permission, then can I make this to a close?
Oh,
Shall
sure.
I wind up this session, wrap up the session?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for this. It was, actually, this could have gone on forever, but limitations of time and I think we'll do it some other time. So now coming to the winding of this whole 2-day webinar, we
Then
like
for a winding session, can we perform together anything? What? then let us conclude this session. Yeah?
Sure,
That's
sure.
the way of concluding a drumming session.
Yes.
Can you start? Then I will join you.
Let's play something in 5 or 10.
Okay.
Get me here.
Oh, yeah.
I can hear everything nicely. Go. Yay!
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
You can see Baba Brett. How are you doing? Thank you. And Praari.
So
Let's conclude. Okay.
it's a pity to wind this up, but I think now we will now move towards that with everybody's permission. I think this is perhaps not an ending, just a beginning of many interactions mainly between everybody. We have learned a lot through this, through all the sessions, but also the last one was a kind of, like I said, a final fitting finale to the whole thing. I would like Niharika, who has been the convener, who has been the coordinator of all this, to really come forward, show yourself, and then just present say some things about as a concluding remark.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gopalakrishnan, and thank you all so much. I'll try to pick up some ideas that there were so many resonant ideas in this these 2 days, and they're all still churning in my head. But picking up some phrases starting with, I'm trying to group the ideas under different heads. So one is about, which Professor Sitas talked about, the image of the bridge suspended in air, the abyss between us and the Western social sciences, and how he said, well, music doesn't obey orders. Your acuities are there, listening, absorbing, refining, and how, which was picked up later by Dr. Piper, talking about performance as a new way of knowing that emphasized as fluid, ephemeral, foreground what we can't know, and Professor Niranjana talking about the collaborative process of learning through filmmaking. I thought that was very fascinating, looking at knowledge, and then also the challenge of connecting across locations. Look, I mean, Professor Damodaran talked about how most studies till now had been locality specific. We had Professor Menon speaking about how music may not belong to a location, and then we discussed context, Dr. Janie Cole about the courts that encouraged foreign music, then questions of how music traveled, and I think Katyayani's idea, does this give us a framework for understanding the dispersal of the body? Does music give us that? And then the other things about how this works with archetypes. Do we have archetypes that travel? How does the sedimentation of music in one place, experience in one place resonate somewhere else? And where does this happen? Does it happen in urban peripheries, as we talked about rappers? I think one of the things that came up were reaching into everyday practices. I think that Dr. Dlamini talked about, and Professor Niranjana, how do we recover the everyday, the connection through melody and gesture, the collective listening? And of course, it can be done through identities. I think it's very interesting looking at Paroma's and Mark's papers. The multiplicity of identities, choosing between identities, and what it is in France and what it is in Kerala, and the conscious choice of music. And I think this brings us to coming to the last thing, which is a question that came throughout, which is questions of power or dominance. Again, coming to the paper on rap about what does it mean to be marginal in terms of identity, though not marginal in terms of your volume, the music, so the complex interplay. So these were some of these ideas about provisional knowledge, about music, about locality, about identity. These were some of the things that sort of stayed with me, and it was wonderful. And just like, so it would be wonderful if we can sort of bring this together. I know all this is partly the culmination of a project, but also some of this is work that is opening up, but it would be, as Dr. Gopalakrishnan said, it would be wonderful if this conversation can be renewed at some point. And above all, thank you to the last session, because that was the truly marvelous example of how music can really speak across great distances. That was fantastic. I mean, if anything could establish that, it was this conversation we just had. So maybe I should I close with a few words of thanks to all the others involved as well? I'd just like to thank everybody for their marvelously insightful papers, and special thanks to Professor Arisitas and Professor Damodaran for investing their time and energy and for their patience. And the president of IIC for engaging with the concept of the conference, Ambassador Shyamsaran, Life Trustee, for opening new lines of inquiry, for the director for his encouragement and support, for guidance to the secretary, Sheikh Avalwali, and the chief program division, Tete Tochong. To Anil and Girish, thank you for prompt help at all times. To the IT team, Mr. Pandey, Sadev, Sandeep, thank you for handholding. And thanks to Mr. Ramachandran and Amita from the International Research Division for keeping everything in order. So we hope to renew this later. Till then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does Ari or Sumi want to say anything? And should we think of a monograph or something? I mean, something in the form to remember this by. You know, after all, such a stimulating conference happened, and we have to have something that is for our, even for a memory. It should have something. So, is it possible that we can bring out a small monograph, or if possible, a book? I'd like both of you to answer, and anyone who has anything else to say at this point of time. Harry?
Thank you, Ada. Yeah, and I'm audible. No, thank you very much. I mean, it's an ear opener, not only an eye opener. What happened here, and I think, as you said, it's the beginning. It's a new beginning, and that the more we can organize for actual interaction between great musicians and thinkers, the better. And we're committed to that. And I think a monograph would be a wonderful idea. And we must get down and do it. So, well, thank you. I think it's very difficult doing these things on through Zoom or through from bureaucracy to Zoomocracy these days. And so we're, but we did it. And thank you for your hospitality. The meals were excellent. The tea was fantastic. The company was great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, Sumangala?
I didn't get the tea.
Yeah, would you like to say something?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, apart from saying thank you very much, so as far as the Recentering Afro-Asia project is concerned, it's been a great honor for us, I think, that the International Research Division of an institution like the India International Center, actually decided to have this conference around the, I mean, so many of the themes that we've been working on. So on behalf of the project itself, a very big thank you to Sudha and to Niharika. And I have to say this, that Niharika remained in the background. She's done the most hard work, I think, for this conference, and of course the wonderful summary that she actually created, which Niharika could be just handed the editorship of the monograph, I think, because she's already has it half written in some sense. So thank you, Niharika, for even though you pretended that you were just doing the background work, you've actually quietly pushed us in ways in which, I mean, you were able to sum it up so wonderfully, also because I think you really became part of this endeavor in many more ways than you yourself imagined. So special thanks to Niharika, and special thanks to the IIC and the International Research Division. And I'm sure we'll find ways to take this forward. So apart from the monograph, or various kinds of output, I mean, all kinds of ideas are coming to my mind that we could actually have follow-ups in terms of performative interactions, perhaps, hopefully physically with each other, and maybe look for some funding to actually consolidate what has been started in this colloquium in different directions, so treat it very seriously as a beginning, where we can we can actually take this, I mean, expand it and intensify the interaction, perhaps bring more people on board. The possibilities are immense. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I think with this, Brett, anyone want to say anything? Brett or Paroma, anyone?
Just a very warm thank you. Indeed, it has been wonderful, and looking forward to continuing to be part of the ensemble.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Stay blessed.
Thank you.
Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Bye-bye.
Thank you.